Good morning, the peoples. How is anybody doing today? I'm aware that the gameplay has vanished from the screen. That is a snafu that we should be able to fix like this, I think. OBS, what are you doing? What are you doing, bud? What are we doing here, bud? OBS? Why? Oh, also, I don't have a controller that works. I've been playing my actual PlayStation 5, so my controller is not going to work with my PC until I plug it in. We might not be doing anything today if I can't get OBS to... Here, let's do this. Let's do that, and then go back, like that. Click the little eyeball button. Oh, I see the problem here. Ha ha ha. Yes. Yes, I understand. Okay, so it's... Ah, okay. Because I need to turn that off, right? Hey, we have a screen and there's a game on it, and now I need to fix this controller issue because I got me a couple of new PlayStation 5 games that I've been playing. I picked this one up. This one, this is the one I just finished yesterday. I got this Astrobot. That's the best Mario game I've played in years. And then I hear this one's pretty good. This one about the Metal Gear Man. I got that one to look forward to. But I gotta plug my controller in. Now I've got a wire snaking across the floor here. And it should just work. I got a little light on the controller. There we go. There we go. All right. We might have a video game happening here in a minute. So, this is part 22 of the Final Fantasy Shuffler. I decided I would do a live stream episode of the Shuffler every 11 episodes. Why not, right? I realized that at the time I'm doing this stream, I think only episode 6 is live. So, if you're keeping up with the series and watching the videos, you'll have only just seen episode 6, and then you're going to jump ahead to episode 22. And then later this week, you'll do episode 7. And then like a week after that, you'll get to episode 11, which is the first stream I did of this a couple weeks ago. And it's very confusing. But in the playlist, the VODs will be in the right location. I do believe. Next, we need to see if I have game audio. Seems to be the case. So you get this nice little look into the future of the Shuffler. This is where I'm at currently. I don't know where Final Fantasy VI is in episode 6 of the Shuffler or whatever it is, but kind of a good place to come in, I suppose, coming in on the opera scene. Will we get through the whole opera today? We're leaving the opera now. I think we're going to the underworld, baby. Oh, I should get my chat on screen. just in case anybody comes around to watch the stream live. Most people just watch the VODs, which is one of the reasons I wanted to do the Shuffler as a recorded series and not like a live series. Step 1, we've got to go to Mist, because there's a tiara here that we can make use of. Sometimes I grab this before fighting Cagnazzo, but we didn't do that this time. Yeah, give that to Baby Cakes in the back. Love that for her. Can't really do anything with this change rod, but there it is. What were we doing here? Going through the volcano, right? This looks volcano-ish to me. Well, I can't go up that way. Oh, I see. Okay. Leon is chasing us through the volcano. Because that's how he do. Right, he's gonna like beat us up and take all of the Magi at the end. Am I going backwards to this dungeon? No, Leon's still following me, so no, I'm going the right way. This is correct. This is correct, Amundo. What are we doing? Am I buying Blizzagas around the table? I guess. I guess that's what we're doing. Are we... Okay, we got... I see where we're at. We don't have level 8 magic yet. We're going to go fight Kraken next. We'll just stay at the inn in this town and get all of our MPs back. If you haven't seen this series, any of the previous videos, for whatever reason, this is the series where I play Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, Mystic Quest, Legend 2, Dawn of Souls, and Free Enterprise all at once. Every 45 to 125 seconds, we get a little blue bubble on screen that sends me off to the next game. And we're well over 50 hours into this. I think we're coming up on like 2,000 switches or something. 2,000 swaps. We've had some rough roads in some of these games. I don't know that I want to relitigate a lot of them here. If you're watching the stream live, you'll see some of those rough roads in later episodes. Oh, right, okay, so yeah, we're stuck in the Laguna sequence in 8. I feel like we're almost to the point, because I had streamed this once before. I had streamed this same Shuffler project once before. And I made it about 50 hours in before I kind of burned out on streaming it. I decided I wanted to do it as a recorded series instead. But we got to about this point. I feel like we got just past the Laguna sequence, because I remember inputting the passwords on the train in Final Fantasy VIII. I think we made it through the Opera House. Laguna, don't approach the musician halfway through her performance. It's not very nice. Do we need a... No, we got the heal. Heal's taken care of. We need to take this silver equipment, all this expensive stuff off. Yeah. You've already got silver stuff, so you're good. Great. Oh, I just threw a tent down the hole. Well, that's gone. Ah, yes. Yes. Okay, so I mentioned we were in, like, Rocky Road area in some of the games. I won't reveal now how long I've been stuck in the ice cave in Final Fantasy 1. I will just let that sentence do some work. If you're watching this as part of the recorded playlists, like, you know. But I got a good feeling about this run. I got a good feeling about today. Yeah, we're gonna get out of here. Vaughn's gonna get me out of here, watch. Vaughn's my boy. Vaughn's my boy. Got my back. We're going to get a floater in here. It's going to be fantastic. I mean, it's really only been a couple of runs, but like a couple of runs spread across the shuffler can be many hours. The shuffler magnifies every... I think that's one of the more interesting things about it, is the shuffler magnifies every mistake. I stream and let's play a lot of Final Fantasy games on this channel, and I make a lot of mistakes in a lot of Final Fantasy games. It's just kind of part and parcel of... comes with the territory, right? And usually mistakes, you just kind of laugh off. No, you just go on with, move on with your life. But in the shuffler, a mistake can easily cost several hours of apparent playtime. It's only a few minutes in the actual game where I made the mistake, but it takes a few hours to play a few minutes of a game in this setup. Still have not found a spoon for the dwarves. I've got Artemis arrows in reserve for the actual, like, terrible... I should have had the dagger users attack that mage in the back. They both got mage mashers. I don't need a Stardust Rod, but there it is. Don't need a rune ring. Everybody got crystal rings or better. How are you guys doing? Oh yeah, we're fighting this guy. Guzko. He's holding and wearing a snake. That is redonk. Can we bolt, please? So you should have fire and ice boosted. Wow. That was big damage. Good job, Jill, thanks. I've got Ice 3 I could be using here, I guess. Ooh, that was actually much bigger damage. Why is Jill busting out with the damage all of a sudden? Alright, throw Ice 3 out. I don't know why I bought Break. I'm never going to cast Break. I would need to know, like, what Break works on before I would think about casting it. 49 damage out of that Ice 3. Why is black magic so bad? You know what, Torgal? You are on potion duty. Wow, we got all that Guzko fight inside of one swap. Oh, we were doing this, right. This is almost exactly where we left Final Fantasy VII in the previous streams. I had made it to... We had just finished fighting Airbuster, and we were on the roadway scene after the Airbuster fight where everybody's like, "Ah, Midgar, we're leaving forever." This all seems very unsafe.
I don't know, he's murdered 40 of our motorcycle troopers. What should we do?
Send more motorcycle troopers. What if you're like the 37th motorcycle trooper in line, right? Like, you just heard that, like, everybody you've ever known has been murdered by this sword-wielding motorcycle terrorist. And they're like, all right, man, suit up. Oh, we'll kill 3 ogres. Why not? Can beam them down. Ogre meat. Delicious. Which way do I want to go here? Box. Go to the box. I got a flame sword. Something tells me you want that. That feels like it's going to be a strength weapon. Ooh. Yeah, I'll use that. Fire gun. So we're in cutscene hell in 2 of the games. In 6 and 8, we are in cutscene hell. Vaguely interactive cutscene hell with some playable moments, I grant you. I don't need to check the score. I've only played this scene 33,000 times. This is one of the scenes that, like, I always dread replaying Final Fantasy VI because it's just the opera scene, you know? It's mind-blowingly good the first time you play the game. And then on replays, it's like, I'll sit through it, I guess. We'll get through the opera scene in the next 7 or 8 swaps, I guess. We gotta find us a ribbon down here. Alright. How close are we to level 8 magic? That's the question. That's what we're going to want to find out. We've already got 500 magic points. My god. All right, I have my list of blue magics that I want to get. We'll just take a look here. I think we need to go back to Lindblom and go up top first. And there's carved spiders up there. Do it later. Axolotls. We want axolotls, I think. It says they're found inside of Q's Marsh. They're like weird looking pink guys. These are them. Oh, yes, yes. That's what we were doing here. Yes, we were running from... Let's make sure I know where I'm going. Jackhole. I don't know if I can survive Aqua Breath or not yet. Kind of going for Aqua Breath in both games, which is interesting. I can't make it to Jackhole, can I? Oh, I gotta go to Istari anyway. Let's go to there. Ambushed. I don't like it. I do have 2 healing items now. I could double up my healing if I wanted. So I guess what I'm going to do is kill one axolotl to see how much health it has. And then try to eat the second one. I could just look up how much health it has, I guess. Serpians are in swampy areas surrounding Q's Marsh on the Mist Continent. They've got Mighty Guard. Anemones have Bad Breath, but I don't know if I'm ever going to use that. Limit Glove, Axe Beaks. Should probably get that. Angel Snack. Ironites near Burmecia. We're going to need that. And then White Wind isn't until Clara. Hornets inside Gizmo Grotto have Vanish. Auto life is not going to happen until we get like an airship. I think it's got 210 hit points, the axolotl. That sounds reasonable. So half of 210 would be 105. Half of that would be 52. That gets me to a quarter. Half of that is 25. So it's 160. How much are you gonna do from the... Dead. Just absolutely kill it. Okay. Just absolutely destroy it. You need to potion Zidane. I didn't see how much damage that did. Shoot. Garuda in the forest outside Gizmo's Grotto. Well, you know what? I need to do this Final Fantasy II battle. I severely messed up in Final Fantasy II. I went all the way through the snow dungeon and forgot to pick the goddess bell up. I beat the boss of the snow dungeon, went through the whole place, didn't pick up the bell. So I'm hoping the shortcut door still works. Oh, and we have to do this. I decided to switch Fury into swords instead of fisties, so he could make use of this ancient sword. And this is how we're going to level up his swordies. And then at the end of the game, when we get Leon, we'll have 2 blood sword users, because Furion's going to go with sword and shield, which means he should start getting evasion here before too much longer. So if we have Vivi do a regular attack, that might bring us to like 200 or something. Laguna, just go sit down, man. It's humiliating. It's cringe. You hate to see it. So Kiros and Ward are a thing, right? Like they're... That's my headcanon. Cross your fingers. Oh, just 3 of them? We can survive just 3 of them. Get me out of here. Ow. Vaughn, once again, with coming in clutch. Alright. The encounter we don't want to see on this floor are these guys. These are them. These are the guys we don't want to see on this floor. And we can't win now. So we're going to reset that. Back into the ice cave. Which is just hopping with mages. That's the one encounter you don't want to see are mages down there. Oh, you know what? I don't need to cast Lit too. I've got the Zeus Gwantlet. Should really give the ice sword to Bosch. I think I gave it to Ash, which is pointless. Because Ash has that gauntlet. Yeah, I don't know why I gave... Well, the ice sword's going to land on Ash eventually. Like once we get the defense sword. We don't have it yet. The Final Fantasy XII crew are here in spirit, if not in person. does a mage staff do, I wonder? Doesn't it make your mana go up? Here, let's give you a... I want to see if this fire gun hits. Hits enemy groups. Let's see what this mage staff does, because I don't actually know. Never mind, the mushrooms are all dead. We're not eating mushroom meat today. Oh, whoops, I went the wrong way. Okay, I'm into that. Happy to use that mage stick for here and there. Shouldn't we be below decks or something? Is there a below decks on these airships? If I did 153 damage to it. God, we're just going to take so much... Alright, Vivi hit it. And then we'll have Quinn to try to eat it from there. 14. That's probably not enough. No, none of the games are complete yet. It's gonna be a minute. Oh, got it. Nice. Okay. I should buy a bunch of potions, actually. Where am I going to use level 3 Defenseless? It's not a bad spell, I don't think. Are there bosses where it's useful, though? And what's the other... Here, let's go outside and save and then come back in. Free Enterprise, Legend 2 are both relatively late game at this point. We got toads here, but I don't really want to eat the toads, I don't think. Yeah, I was going the wrong way there for a second. The clue is that Leon was ahead of us instead of behind us, and now I need to use... like that. Okay. Champagne's meat. How delectable. Maybe I'll just not do... Here, let's do this, actually. Flame, laser, beam, and then fire. Because we have to go all the way back to Lindblom, up top, and then out to the overworld map to find those carved spiders. Level 5 death is not something I can get right now, though, I don't believe. I probably should have fought those. It was only 4 of them. We're going to Istory. Right. If I can survive... Aqua Breath with this gang, I should get it. You can... Whale zombies, it says. So yeah, that's level 5 death is pretty late. While I'm here, we don't need Toad. I need to get back there. Okay. The problem is, I need to fight black flames to get ABPs, but I can't kill them very quickly with with the party that I've got. There was one more monster in the queues. Oh, no, it was outside. It was the scorpion. Mighty Guard. Those are Serpians out here, apparently. Oh, right, this game... we save like this. So they should be like right out here somewhere. You are crab people. You are a clipper. Why did I... Sure. That's what I wanted to do. Lich is the only one of the 4 fiends that Quina fights, though. Actually, Unless you mean like the rematch fiends in Memoria. We can always grab it quickly later. It's just it would be a pain to get right now. We'd have to walk all the way back to Lindblom, go upstairs, go out onto the world map there. So like unless we're gonna use it against Gizmaluke or Beatrix in Burmecia. Ace of Heartless, what's going on here is I'm playing 13 Final Fantasy games at once. I've been playing it in like 2-hour chunks and uploading on Wednesday and Saturdays. So there's like a playlist of the shuffler going on. But I'm doing some of them as live streams too. So I just uploaded episode 6 of the shuffler, I think yesterday. No, it would have been Saturday. And this is episode 22. This is the best black magic spell in the game is sleep, and it's like not even really close. Like it's the only black magic spell that I'm getting a lot of mileage out of. But yeah, you know, like mistakes were made and fun was had and there's been setbacks and there's been insane luck and there's been little grinding sessions here and there. I wonder if I change everybody into a monk with learning, could I survive Aqua Breath like that in Final Fantasy V? What do we think? Because if everybody's a monk, they have high HP, and if they all have learning, they can all just get the Aqua Breath, and they'll just use Deathclaw to kill it. It's not my worst idea ever. You know, let's throw out one more Cure 2 here. Hey, listen, if you just want to throw out Final Fantasy IX factoids during the shuffler, I'm down for that. I'm not doing Chocobo Hot and Cold. I have resolved. Right? Like, Chocobo Hot and Cold... Oh, I leveled up swords, so there's probably a good time to save there. If the shortcut door doesn't work in this dungeon, I have got to walk through the entire dungeon again. Which I'm not happy about, but it is my own goddamn fault. So... we're going to be leveling up Furion swords by just spending the whole swap doing this. Just to get him an extra 20 or so sword experience each fight. Unfortunately, BizHawk does not do PS2 games, or maybe it does and the shuffler just doesn't handle PS2 games. I would 100% have thrown Final Fantasy X-2 and Final Fantasy XII in this shuffler, for sure. See, yeah, I'm the same way, Fomar, but my guys in 5 are like weirdly weak. I'm like weirdly low level, and I'm not even totally sure why. I rolled up into the library. I got level 5 death because my guys were level 10. Who's level 10 in the library in Final Fantasy V? What did I do to... I'm not, like, purposely lowballing the game, but... So the Chocobo Hot and Cold is going to bite me in the balls on disc 4 because I plan to use Zidane, Freya, and Amaranth as my main party. And all 3 of those characters require Chocobo Hot and Cold in order to get their like best weapons. I didn't mean to outright murder Zidane. It just happened. I wasn't paying attention to what I was doing, and one thing led to another, and you guys know how it is. We'll use a tent. We'll get things back on track here. So yeah, we're not going to be using the ultimate weapons for those 3 characters. Chocobo Hot and Cold. I love the Chocobo Hot and Cold minigame. I do. And I've done it every time I played Final Fantasy IX. I've devoted time to it. But in the shuffler, I think I would just drive myself crazy trying to do it. All right, Narishim, what blue magics can I get right now that's worthwhile? What do I have to do to get White Wind? I would love to get White Wind as early as possible. Like, where do you find the Garuda at, and what can I do to kill one? Not White Wind, Mighty Guard, right. White Wind is not until Clara. All right, big boy. So it's like not reasonable to try to get Mighty Guard right now. Oh yeah, that Final Fantasy VII window, that's something else. I did that on purpose too. Like, I was cooking with the Final Fantasy VI window though. Wait till you see the 6 window. It's pretty good. It's pretty chef's kiss. Sometimes you get fights every single step in this game. Oh, there's a box. I want to go back and get that box. What if it's something real cool? I don't know. Flame shield. Okay. Oh no, shields aren't good in this. We'll sell it. That gets sold. Right, we take these 2, and then like he's gonna beat us up for this one. My tea's almost gone, and I wish I had more. This game should have a hard mode where you have to remember every single individual line and then sing them into the microphone. Using the SNES microphone adapter, which I'm sure exists in Japan, but I'm not going to look it up, so... Got through one more act of the opera. Good on me. Wow, we took a beating there. Okay. I'm gonna have to trade these weapons every single time I reload the game, aren't I? Yeah. I can't just run out and save again. Not in Final Fantasy 1. Not without using another tent. People yelled at me so much for... Yeah, because my RPG Maker game back in the day, I made this pink and blue dialogue window. This, like, electric magenta that faded into blue, and people yelled at me so much that I'm just like, I'm never changing it. I will never change the colors of this ever. Because people got so upset with me. I don't even know why. I have no idea why. I could not, with a gun to my head, explain my reasoning. I have not gotten Limit Glove yet. What are you? Are you Serpians? No, these are... Oh, I didn't... Well, Zidane is still dead, which is fascinating. These are Serpians. Okay, so we have to eat you. Here, let's do this. These things hit for a lot, which I'm not super enthused by. Ah, damn it. That was my only Phoenix down. Well, I'm saved right there, so if they kill me, then... Wait. Did I get arrow? What's going on? Oh, confirm is the other button, Brickroad. You're dumb. Yeah, we got arrow already, so we've been down there. So I need to go this way. Good job, Ruben. And I'm pretty sure you guys like arrow, don't you? Yeah, loves that. Narrator's like, he did not catch up. This guy again. Now this loser's got to sit in every chair in the room. Nope, don't sit on the bed. She's laughing at you. Now you're sitting on the other side of the room, like all the way over there. And now we'll just walk back anyway. Like, you told me to sit down, but I don't know how to do that, apparently, without making it a federal issue. Lagoon is scared of girls. Did I end? I have end. Horn. And now the line, like the underscore that's been following me, is going to steal the horn. What a jerk. Am I dead here? I'm dead. Great. Do I have another Phoenix down is the question. I do, but like... yeah, like this is not going to work. Alright, so what I need to do here, I just saved it, so we're going to reset that. I screwed the pooch on Zidane. I thought using a tent would revive him. Tents don't revive. Got it. This is one of the problems of playing 13 Final Fantasy games all at once. Oh, I gotta go to Chocobo Forest anyway. I'm not gonna do hot and cold, but I still do want to recruit the Chocobo. I haven't done that yet. So we gotta go back to Chocobo Forest anyway. And I'm looking for a Mandragora. I've never, like, relied on Limit Glove. You got, like, a 50% chance of a Phoenix down bringing you back to 1 HP. And then you've got to survive long enough to actually use it. This is the best version of Final Fantasy II. I don't care what anybody says. This is the only version of Final Fantasy II that's worth playing. If you play any other version of Final Fantasy II, you are a chump. What does Mantra Magic do in 9? White Wind, Angel Snack, Limit Glove sometimes, and Frog Drop was always kind of my bread and butter with Quina. I've filled up their Blue Magic list a couple of times. Like, getting all the Blue Magic in 9 is not that fantastic of an endeavor. Do I need a seed? No, because we're going to be using arrow in here, I think. Also, I think I need to look for an axe in here. So arrow should cleanly take 2 of these guys out. Because they're strong to whatever the heck Tristram's doing. I'm betting arrow's good here, too. I guess we'll find out. Ninja Star, weak because they're flying. Good. Yeah, let's try this. Because if I can get Aqua Breath right now, the Black Flame grinding is going to be a lot faster. Should be right down here, right? Yeah, right down here. Oh, you can't have learning. Okay, then we will go back to this. Yeah, you both have learning. So yeah, go monk with learning. And now you got 430 hit points. That should do it. Monk with learning. I just need to heal them now. I've got blue magic happening in 9. I've also got blue magic happening in 7 here before too much longer. Another couple swaps in 7 will be on the overworld map headed for Calm. Got to start getting blue magic there. I got blue magic happening in 5 that I'm going for. Like, I just got blue magic everywhere. I'm not doing blue magic in 6 because Strago sucks. And we're not going to use Keistis that much, but even if we were going to use Keistis, like, her blue magic all comes from items anyway. Yip ho ho ho. We will try to not make the big doll if we can help it. Alright, this floor, I do believe, is where I'm going to get my ribbon. I'm gonna waste some of my potions too. I'm so sad. Alright, we'll try that again. Alright, Serpians. Show me what you're working with. And we're thinking they got 400 health. What's up, Buka? Okay, here's the boys again. $165. $78. Oh, Zidon's gonna kill it here, isn't he? If he doesn't, I should be able to eat it. Zidon, you gonna do anything? What are we waiting for, bud? I don't know that I want to waste a tent on Gizamalook. It's not that hard of a boss fight. I've got Bird Killer on 2 people. Like... Alright. This stupid dungeon again. Grind up some sword. This is the best way to play Final Fantasy II. This is the only reasonable way to play this game. Don't get mad at me because this is what the game is. Like, I didn't design the game. I don't defend this game. I don't like this game. Like, blame the people who like the game for it being what it is. This is going to take a minute. The Dwarves have pretty good survivability, but unless I switch to Artemis arrows, the damage output is not terrific. Udward needs arrows. I am not a Final Fantasy II apologist. You can't hang that on me. I am a card-carrying Final Fantasy II hater. I loathe Final Fantasy II. It is bar none one of the worst JRPGs I've ever played. Ow, alright, leave him alone. No, we're not even deep into this cave yet, and we're getting this battle now. Ugh. Alright, that was kind of painless. "13 has not been remastered yet. The 13 series is overdue for a remaster. I guess technically 11 has never been remastered. I don't know how you would well, Warcraft remastered their MMOs, so maybe it is possible. You could do a... I don't know. You can't do anything with 11. 11's not salvageable. Yeah, I read about that. Like, why are they still putting new content in that game? Like, I did a short stint of playing 11 a couple of years ago because I needed some assets for a villainous deck, and I couldn't believe, like, the game is dead. It doesn't have, like, it's so empty. The only place you see players are where there's, like, obvious bots. You'll see, like, 400, like, obviously bot players standing in one place doing the same thing over and over and over. And one of those places was farming a boss that I needed to get a required item so I could level up past 50. Like, without this item, you can't go past experience level 50. And all I need to do is fight this boss once, and he spawns every, like, 20 minutes or so in this room. And there was a friggin' bot in the room, and every time the boss appeared, it, like, instantly got killed by this bot. And I lost my mind. I'm like, I've got the game open on the screen here, and I'm working over here, and I've got, like, a timer going. Also, heat rate completely wrecked me. Whoa. Whoa. Those dwarves will run away. They'll leave. They're gone. Blah, they didn't. Alright, well. I don't want to kill this dragon without those two dwarves alive, though. So, let's commit to... getting them out of here if I can. Come on, dude.
Dwarves?
But yeah, it's like 11 was always such a joyless game. Like, just everything is a slog. Every single aspect of that game. I suspect this is also true of 14, but I don't play 14, so I don't know for sure. It's possible 14 is the... 14, for all I know, is the one subscription-based MMO that makes player-friendly game design decisions at every available opportunity. I wouldn't know. I don't play it. But 10, that game is specifically designed to just squeeze one more month out of you. Just everything. Like, every little quest chain has 24-hour timers you gotta wait for, and... like, everything takes just long enough that you can't really get a whole thing done inside of one... You know what? No. We're going to run from everything on the way out. Yeah, I don't know. 11 is just a joyless game, and I remember playing it when it was new, and it was, like, vibrant, and, like, it had a bunch of players. Oh, Zidane almost one-shots these. Okay, got it. Let's see what Freya does to it. 272. Well, Zidon's not gonna... Dead. Ah. I don't have to tell you, Narisham, I don't have an attack that does 380 damage. Well, I do, but I didn't know I had one until now. Like, I don't have a lot of control over how much damage I do in one round. I don't know what people are gonna, especially Quina, because I think Quina's attack is just very random. But I have to use the attack and see how much it does before I can tell how much it's going to do. Here's this guy again. I guess we'll just fight this. And I think that's the last of my inputs for Opera. Is it only 25%? Before you can eat? I thought it was 1/8, not 1/4. And then, like, their limit break brought it down to 1/4. Well, I mean, I'll get it in a couple more tries. I'm not going to pass on it. Blue Magic is too good. Like, just White Wind, Mighty Guard, and Angel Snack for the back half of the game makes Quina usable. So one hit from Zidane should bring that Serpian down into eat range. I'll keep that in mind. We will not be getting any blue magic spells in 6. Blue magic in 6 is Garbo. Unless you count Gao as a kind of like... Oh, I've completely lost track of what was happening here. Okay. I don't know which one of these we've damaged. And I have, like, no way of finding out. I think Kane landed on the back one once. Okay. All right, let's see if this does it. I don't know if we had already gone into the save menu here or not. We're going to do it again. We are in 2 volcanoes at once. No, we got out of the volcano. In Legend 2. And I'm going to prepare to exit this dungeon if I have to. Keep on keeping on with the sleep spell, if you don't mind. Single target ice. Single target ice. It's rod boosted. Is it going to do anything? Oh, I cast sleep, not ice. Oh, well. Okay. No mages, no mages, no mages, no mages, no mages. Everybody say it with me. No mages, no mages, no mages. No mages, no mages! It's some boners. My heart's like... Get me to the stairs! No mages, no mages, no mages! They're mages! No! They're all attacking. No. Okay, 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 okay. We're out of here. Yeah, you need to change. Oh yeah, fill up them bars, Weasel. That's a sexy dialogue box, if I say so myself. We are channeling the jungle spirits for Final Fantasy VI. Well done, Celeste. How does Ultros even know we're here? And also, how did Ultros get here? And also, who does he have the beef against? The only person he knows from our previous encounter is Sabin. And, like, he sent Sabin down the river. Terra and Edgar and Bannon are not even here. Nope, don't do that. Oh, I really hope this shortcut door works. I don't have to walk. If I gotta walk through this whole dungeon again, it's... You guys don't know this yet, because the YouTube, the pre-recorded ones are only up to episode 6, and this is episode 22. But we've been in this friggin' cave for like 10 full sessions. It's the longest. Every dungeon in this game is like 9 floors long. And every battle is like this. Oh, kill it, 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 quick. Okay, good. Well done, Kane. All right. Am I going to defeat Golbez? That's the question. Kane, get into the air if you don't mind. And Kane is not in the air. Fantastic. No, you can't warp out of the snow cave because there's the scene at the end where Joseph gets squashed by a boulder. So you'll see in episode 11, no, it's episode 20 of this series, when it goes online, I walk out of the cave and then I have like a friggin' heart attack when I don't see the boulder scene. Oh, we got out of there. All right, all right. Well, we're still... We have a fighting chance. Listen, it's not looking good right now. And I'm gonna do this, actually. I do need to do this, in case I run into wizards on this floor. Like 30 more steps. 20 more steps. 10 more steps! We made it! We're out of there. Okay. Saved. Locked in that floater. Now we just gotta get home. I can absolutely get a game over now, and I don't even care. Like, whatever. Whoo! Yeah, Zodiac Age is legit. If you've never played Zodiac Age, like, grab it. It's amazing. Such a good version of Final Fantasy XII. The question is, when we get to Race World, am I gonna want to eat? Oh, I'll kill 8 of these guys. Why not? It is a lot of game. 12 is a lot of game. It's a big commitment. There's a lot to do, and there's a lot to understand, and it's just a long game in general. Like, you gotta be ready to put aside a good 70 or 80 hours, I would say, if you really want to get everything you can out of 12. If you just do the critical path, maybe 30, but like, I think 30 would be like a good casual run. Oh, I gotta go run the other way then, don't I? Because Mothman is just in my way. I will chop my way to this box. If it's free. I was thinking there was one treasure here. Yes, it's down there. But yeah, the Final Fantasy games I couldn't put in the shuffle. I thought I would just have the characters here in spirit in the games where I have to name a party anyway. I was thinking for one of the streams, putting the little donation bar on screen and being like, if I fill it up, we'll just throw in like Chrono Trigger and just start Chrono Trigger from the beginning. I thought I had enough SNES games, though. And also, for some reason, some people don't think Chrono Trigger is a Final Fantasy game. Like, I have to argue with people about that. I'll be like, yeah, Chrono Trigger is totally a Final Fantasy game. People will be like, no, it's not. I have no idea what they're talking about. It is absolutely a Final Fantasy game. Yeah, fill me up, Dad. Oh, love it. We cross-slash now, fool. It's more of a Final Fantasy game than Mystic Quest. Alright, yeah, I'm not going to argue with that. I do love me some Mystic Quest, though, for sure. Or are you saying, like, I should have had Chrono Trigger instead of Mystic Quest? Because also probably yes. Like, I feel you on that. I'm thinking when I complete Free Enterprise, because Free Enterprise is not long for this world, right? Like, Free Enterprise is gonna clear pretty... We're still in the very beginning of a lot of these games. Free Enterprise is definitely gonna clear before most of these games are well underway. I might need to go back to Lindblom anyway and just buy more potions and tents and things. But yeah, once Free Enterprise is like done, I think it's like as soon as Free Enterprise is done, I throw in Worlds Collide and we just start a second randomizer immediately. I think that's a totally reasonable thing to do. Alright, so this guy, we're going to wait till Zidon's turn. No, we're going to wait till Quina gets a turn. Because Zidon's going to go up and do the thing. And then you should be able to eat. Or just one-shot it. Or just knock it out of the park. It's the Final Fantasy VI randomizer. I was thinking we go from the Final Fantasy IV randomizer. Did that actually save? I'm not sure I trust that. Okay, I guess it did. Go from Final Fantasy IV randomizer directly to Final Fantasy VI. It's wedding time. Yay! No questions or objections allowed. Meanwhile, Leon's here in his Speedo. Flora had made herself ugly by slashing her face open. And then somebody, like, that's too much, Venus. The forced wedding and, like, the shaming, like, body shaming people, we were on board for that, but Alright, so how about a flame sword? How about a laser sword? How about some beam? You can't... Oh, you can do this. I suppose. What is Venus... What is trying to erase me? It's not happening. You know what? The flame sword's not going to work because she has immunity to... all elements. That was the easiest Venus fight of my life. She missed with her spell 3 times in a row. And that was it. That's all she got to try to do. Dawn of Souls is going to be with us for a while. Looks like we're tearing ass in Dawn of Souls. Like we're well into the game, but I'm going to do all the Soul of Chaos stuff. We're going to do all 4 of those Chaos dungeons and clear all 16 of the super bosses. So we got a lot ahead of us there. Once I get to a good swap where I can run to the fridge, I do need to open up a fizzy drink for myself. I've been awake for a long time. I think I woke up like this time yesterday. I don't know what compelled me to sit down and stream today. Like this... I'm like, man, I'm really tired and I haven't eaten in a while. Like, I should stream. That's what I should do. I was like overtired to the point where I'm not making good life decisions, and I'm like, man, I want to play all the Final Fantasy games. It happens. Wearing my Final Fantasy shirt. You need to hide. Damn it! Okay. Okay. You need to hide. I just wasted a life potion. Fantastic. This is obnoxious. Okay. Let's wait for it to use its heat ray again. What is it? Punch, punch, heat ray, punch, punch, heat ray, punch, punch. Yeah, that's what it's doing. Okay. Understood. Get me out of there. There's heat ray. Okay. These 2 dwarves can take this dragon down, then everyone will get experience for it. It's just so important that we get all the experience we can possibly get. So I need to make sure all the dwarves are standing before I take down these fights. And yes, I'm calling them the dwarves. You can't do anything about that. So I recommend you just get into a good place with it. I don't think I can do duplicate characters in Final Fantasy VI randomizer, unfortunately. What character would I do? Well, I also randomize commands, so like I don't know who's going to end up with what commands. And they never met again. Anyway, I dreamed I was a moron. Oh yeah, we got Gal rockin' in 6. That's why he's in my party. I got Stray Cat. He's got Atlas Armlet, some running shoes. He's good to go. There's no way we can understand this, so let's just not worry about it. Alright. We worked really hard for that 103,000 experience points. And there's like my 30th Excalibur. Great. Let's go to the save point before opening up any more chests, I think. How many Cure 2s do I have? Not a lot. We got 6/10. Yeah, let's go to the save point next. I decided I'm going to stream every 11th episode of The Shuffler. So I did stream episode 11, and this is episode 22. So you probably just watched episode 6 or whatever it was. And then so you went from 6 to 22. And then in a few weeks, when 22 is in the actual rotation, you'll get to watch this video again. Because I like streaming The Shuffler. It was just streaming the entire thing. Wore through me pretty quick. I'm going to pause the emulator here so I can go get a drink. I will be right back. All right, delicious carbonated sugar water. Love that for me. I'm going to use these tents on the way to save the game. Because I'm a solo white mage right now. Chance to strike first. Love that for me. I just got Ocho'd. It happens. Fran, close call. I'm poisoned. One more tent. Who did it? Oh, my pop-up didn't happen. I have no idea who did it. Much appreciated, whoever did it. I guess I could check OBS. Mott! Thank you very much, Mott. Mott has been putting together excellent character artwork of my new D&D campaign. My Flumph chat on my Discord. My players keep a careful archive of all of Mott's artwork for the D&D game. Did any of you guys play Astrobot? Because I played Astrobot this week. It is the best Mario game I've played in many years. I thought it was excellent, start to finish. I also thought it was very, very cringe how often... Because the whole game, you have to rescue these little PlayStation robots, right? And half of the PlayStation robots, resemble, famous PlayStation characters. But, most of the PlayStation characters aren't actually, Sony characters. A bunch of Capcom and Konami character, Spider-Man is in there. It gets very cringe very quickly. But I did enjoy the game a lot. I don't know if we can... Sony wants us all to still associate Castlevania Symphony of the Night as a PlayStation game. And I don't know if we should let them. Let's go. I always thought Tifa said this line. I thought it was Tifa that nominated Cloud for leader. Which would absolutely not make any kind of sense. Unexpected combination. I picked the two sexiest characters. What do you want from me? Now, we want Mantra Magic. We're going to save real quick. We get Mantra Magic from something here. I don't quite remember what. We're just going to be in this fight for a minute, that's all. I haven't even gotten to the shortcut door yet to check to see if the shortcut's still open. So here's the shortcut door. Where's it at? It's got to be over here somewhere. Oh, we need the Grind Fury and sword. When did Impresario ask you to do that? Nobody's been up that way. Gowlered Bolt. Cool. Cool. I don't think I care about that at all. Yo, who's got 2 thumbs and a sweet airship? This guy. That's only 1 thumb. Sorry, I shorted you guys a thumb. So yeah, we get Mantra Magic. I have a list of blue magic for Final Fantasy VII here. Beta is the big one that I really want to make sure that I get, and I've got a plan to get it. We're going to have to backtrack for all these chests. Any one of these chests could be my spoon. Once we complete all our objectives, I think I can buy samurai arrows as well, which is going to be very, very important. We've only got about half of the key items so far, though. We'll grab these bosses while we're here. This is like a free fight. Wherever you see it, this is pretty much always a free fight. I don't know if this fight's ever given me trouble. Like, even here on a moon slot where they've got super inflated stats. Alright, so Zidane just kills those things. Hopefully next time we get a smaller damage roll. I mean, I'm glad that Zidane can do that much damage. That makes me happy. Like, oh, these friggin' things again. I just don't care about these things. Actually, Zenon's got a flee ability. What am I thinking? What am I doing this for? I'm just wasting everybody's time right now. Well, if these things are going to die that easy. I'll just finish the fight. Giant's Axe. Now we're playing with power. I do love pushing L and R. It's true. Why do you suppose mummies are weak to wind? Is it because, like, the tornado sucks up all their, like, toilet paper? This is a dead end. I killed that mummy for no reason, you guys. I committed violence against an undead Egyptian king for no reason whatsoever. Tristam, you had one job, bud. God, Seer just put out a video this past week where he plays Final Fantasy Mystic Quest solo with no magic and no equipment of any kind. So just Benjamin. No partners. So it's basically just RNG in every single fight. So exit me out. Final Fantasy III, at least this version of Final Fantasy III, is all about knowing when you have to bail on a dungeon. So we guard Jill with our lives, because Jill is the character that can cast Exit. Because all of these level ups and skill ups are like really, really useful. And the lava doesn't hurt you in this game. You can walk through the lava as much as you want. Like, I might loot the dungeon and get to the boss and then exit out instead of trying to fight the boss. Like, legitimately. To get all these beautiful level ups on the way. Kind of running out of potions in this game too. I need to just stock up on potions in like every game. So I need to find sweepers, and I think I've got to find them in the Badlands here, if Narisham is correct. Custom sweepers. Red's got my enemy skill. Two of these guys. We'll take out one. There's Matra Magic. We got it right away. Great. Excellent use of 8 MP. Hoorah! In fact, good time to save. I don't think we have any money in this game because I spent it all on tents. Cool looking train, bro. But the owls are still around. I was just trying to explain mentioning Philo Mortis. I was trying to explain the man who made that game in my Discord a few weeks ago. I forget what brought it on. I forget why we were discussing it, but yeah, that dude was a character. And he just fell off the planet. Nobody saw him ever again. I just need my ribbon out of here, and then I won't open any more boxes, because ribbon's the only thing You can get 4 ribbons in Dawn of Souls, because you get the 3 from the base game, and then you can get 1 in one of the dungeons. One of the Soul of Chaos dungeons. Light Axe. Must be in this room. Yeah, because so the guy who made Philo Mortis, RPG Advocate, he was a good dude. He was a strange man, but he was a good dude. And like trying to describe what he was like to people who didn't know him, it's almost kind of like describing a cartoon character. He has like a larger than life quality to him. I miss him terribly. I found explosive. There it was. I never played. He had his RPG Maker XP version of Philo Mortis. I never played. But I played his RPG Maker 95. He had a version of Philo Mortis for that. And then... Oh, I gotta go talk to her grandpa, that's right. What's in your box? And then RPG Maker 2000 was the one... Yeah, I told the story about, we went to, I have family that lives, I won't reveal where, but that lives in the in the same city that he lived in at the time. And I was like, hey, I'm visiting family. You want, like, well, I'm going to fly up. We should, like, hook up and have lunch. This is the first time I met him in person. We picked, like, some restaurant. I forget what kind of restaurant it was. But, like, yeah, he showed up wearing his cape. Absolutely insane. But, yeah, good dude. He had some interesting takes on a variety of topics. Many good debates. Okay, we got some cure happening. A certified superhero? No, not that kind of cape. Like a... like, goth is the wrong word, but like a velvet-lined, like, Edwardian cape. Like, he was... Like, he would be sweeping in wearing, like, an opera mask with, like, a cigarette holder or something. But yeah, we were walking through the city. Just, he would wear a cape everywhere. Cape and a t-shirt. I've seen him wear a cape with his t-shirt once. Aegis, right. So Nils the Demon Man still gets him some Strizange. Nice, huh? Yeah. Okay, so this Aegis. I think we want to give that to you, probably. Like, instead of this... like, you don't need this bronze armor. You're never going to wear armor again. Oh, no, I don't equip it from this screen. Oh, then I guess I would want to give it to Fang, then. Yeah. Okay, that's what we want. And then Fang should be able to use that in battle to get... It's like a Mighty Guard kind of thing for this game. Then it's got to remember how to get out of here. There's a bunch of people from those old RPG Maker days I would like to catch up with if I could. There's people I haven't seen in 10, 15 plus years. You wonder where they all ended up, right? Some people look forward to their like high school reunions. I need like an RPG Maker reunion. Ribbon. Here, you can have one. There you go. There's a buddy. Okay. Yeah, it's too bad, like, men don't wear capes anymore or cool hats. Like, men's fashion has been stagnant for the past 50 years. It's awful. Like, every man has dressed exactly the same since 1899, except for one time when President Obama wore a tan suit. We might spend this entire session trying to get this blue magic spell. That might happen. Like, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of people from those days that I don't ever want to speak to again. Like, I don't want to use any high potions here, is the thing. Let's try one more time to get a Serpy in here. And then I'm afraid I will have to run back to Lindblom just to buy potions and tents and things. The really humbling thought is, like, how many of those people, like, ever want to talk to me again? Probably not many. Probably not many. I was a much bigger ass in my 20s than I am now, believe it or not. Like, as big of a complete ass as I am now, like a just irredeemable psychopathic ass, orders of magnitude worse when I was 24 versus 44. I don't even know what the state of the current RPG Maker scene is. I imagine it's all like people trying to do like JRPG asset flips on Steam or porn games, right? So you've got me on like a logarithmic scale. You think I've got to double in age before I get better, but I think maybe it's just like a 22-year thing. Like maybe by 66 I'll be great. If I just get one Titan out, we can be good. Yeah, like lots of horror games, lots of terrible. What is going on with this? I don't know. I feel like there's lots of what's the word I'm looking for? Not text adventures, visual novels. I have RPG Maker MV. I don't even know if that's like the newest one, but I've got MV and I've played around with it a little bit, but like I just can't sink hundreds of hours into an RPG Maker game. I've got writing projects right now that I'm very excited about. I've got one that I'm going to launch here in another 2 or 3 weeks that I've got like 8,000 words in and I'm looking forward to. I feel we were just listening to this music. I've got the FF Shuffler keeping me busy. I got Astrobot. I can go back to it anytime. Like, the thought of spending all that time making an RPG Maker game now is like... So, a couple of months ago, I wrote a design doc for a JRPG, kind of based on the Saga games. It's on my blog, which is down below my stupid face here, rjskibby.com. It's a blog post. It's 50,000 words. It's a deep read. But I enjoyed writing that so much, just as a writing exercise, writing the design doc for a game that will never be made. I enjoyed that more than I think I would ever enjoy going back to making anything with RPG Maker. Good, there's my 9th Mazamune. Yeah, see, it's such a dense document, but I loved writing it. It was so much fun just to put that together. And like the enjoyment I got out of that is more than the enjoyment I would get out of trying to do an RPG Maker game. Nobody should be getting notifications from my blog. Like, there shouldn't be any notifications going out. I need to use a high potion here. Please don't kill it, Zidane. Yeah, the old blog had RSS feeds and stuff like that, but I didn't want anything like that on the new blog. Everything on the current website is kind of built specifically so it's a writing project and not like a website that I'm trying to maintain. Like, everything that I write for that site exists because I got something out of writing it. And that's one of the reasons I don't update it super often. I do still have the old blog, all those posts archived. So like if I want to rejuvenate them and like bring them back, which I've done. I did that Metal Gear post. How are we doing on Big Wave? Okay, this... I don't think we're going to win this fight. Let's bring everybody back up to where we'll survive the next waves, possibly. $600, $540 probably not, and then $520 down here probably not. But yeah, I still have all those old archives. It's like that Metal Gear post. I went back and kind of refurbished that. I thought that was definitely worth preserving. Especially considering Delta came out. And there was people like looking for Metal Gear content. But yeah, I've got a new writing project. Like fantasy fiction, like short form fantasy fiction. I don't know how well it's going to be received or if anybody will even enjoy it, but I had fun putting it together. And it's something that, like, if I decide to keep on with it, it's something I could theoretically maintain for years and keep adding to it. No, this is separate from my fantasy novels. Although it's set in the same world, so it's got the same setting. It's a way that I can, because I'm not published, because the novels aren't available at all. It's a way for me to like put some fiction on the internet that people can read, set in that same world. People can get some exposure. To Faunal Tales without having to wait for the books to be published. Because, like, psychologically, one of the things that's tricky about drafting what is now book 3 in the series is like nobody can read it. It's not in a format that anybody can just read and enjoy right now. So I'm hoping this new project will alleviate that somewhat. Oh, I've been sending the query package out to agents. It's just that process has not borne fruit yet. But yeah, I've been doing that on and off every 6 or 8 months or so. I do a bunch of research, find a bunch of agents who are looking for. So agents will have like their wish lists for these are all the books that I'm trying to get, and usually it's just a list of like the last 20 or 30 really popular fantasy novels to come out, and they're like, we want this, our version of this. So it's a matter of lining up those agent wish lists and then finding the ones that are asking for something that I'm potentially writing, sending them my stuff, and then see if they want me to send the manuscript over. So far, I haven't gotten a lot of requests to see the manuscript. It's just part of the process. Cypher's not a seed. He didn't graduate because he's a boner who can't follow rules. But yeah, once I find an agent who wants to take on my book, then it becomes their job to find a publisher who wants to publish the book. And then through that lifeline, I'll get an actual professional editor who will change everything about the book, and I'll probably have heart palpitations over, and then it gets published. I can't go in the goddamn door. Alright, I gotta walk through this entire dungeon again. Cool. Okay, well, this sucks. Now, that said, a couple of years ago, I went through a process on a critique website, which is basically where authors hook up to share stories with each other to get critiques. Get other people to kind of read through the story, tell you what works, what doesn't, etc. And that process was extremely valuable for me, both because I got people to read the book who otherwise wouldn't have, and they gave me very, very good actionable notes. And like the process of critiquing other people's work was also extremely valuable for a lot of reasons. So that was really fun. I put the whole book through this critique process, got a bunch of notes, made a bunch of revisions. It was a very good reminder to like stay humble, right? Accept people's criticism. Oh, we got to sit through a tutorial here. But also have an opportunity to like apply what I think I know about writing to other people's work. And one of the things I had to learn how to do was kind of not critique the work based on my own ideas, but try to find what they were trying to do and then critique based on that. And during that process, I did meet a couple of very cool people, and I probably critiqued 30 or 40 different books, and like only a few of them were really good. But one of them, who was one of my most useful partners, who actually went on to beta read my second novel, which only like 6 people on Earth have done. But yeah, they beta read my second novel. Just last week, I found out that they got their stuff published, and I'm like, that's awesome. I was on Amazon looking for something to spend my Audible tokens on, and their book popped up, and I'm like, oh, that's incredible. So I went and I bought the hardcover versions of their first 2 books that got published. And I can't wait to get those and read through them. Because I got to read a rough of that book. It's like I got to read a rough of this fantasy novel that they got published. So I know that it works. I know that somebody out there is getting published. I'm going to cast Rama on your balls. But like you find people on these critique circles and such that cannot take any level of criticism whatsoever. Here, I'll actually take a second to find the book and link it here. Because I would love other people to read this story. It was a very very cute story. I enjoyed it a lot. But what's so interesting to me is like I was able to read the rough of this story. So reading the finished book now that it's been through professional editing and everything, it's going to be very, very informative for me. Here, I'll paste the Amazon link to the book. I don't know what version everybody likes on Amazon. That's the paperback. The book is called Cinnamon Soul, and it's a fantasy mystery kind of noir sort of thing. But yeah, I fell in love with the characters, and I really enjoyed critiquing their work, and they were very, as an author, they were very humble and very cool, and they gave me excellent, actionable revisions for my own work. In fact, I still have all of their notes for my second book. Because you go on these websites and you get people, there's 2 kinds of people that I didn't like running into on the critique circle. And the first is the person that just can't take any kind of heat, can't take any kind of criticism, will fight to the death to defend any decision they made in their book. Like, I definitely don't want to name drop, because I don't know these people very well, and I don't know what their stories are doing these days or what's going on. But I was critiquing one story. This person and I were going back and forth. We weren't on the same wavelength. Like, we didn't have the same like ideas about exactly fight to the death for a window skin choice. It reminded me a lot of, like, I used to be that way in my RPG Maker days. Could not take criticism. Anybody had any form of criticism for me, I would just completely like shut down and ignore them. Shut up, you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, you can't be that way. But I had one story that I was critiquing, and I don't want to give too many identifying details, because I have no idea what stage they're at on their writing journey. This was a few years ago now. I don't know where they are in their publishing or querying or what. But it was like a vampire novel. And for the first 8 or 10 chapters or so, the vampire novel was pretty standard, like an Anne Rice kind of thing. I got more like World of Darkness vibes out of it, actually. I need to go right, then down, then left. So modern day vampires, like, are, what was it, the U.S. government like discovered vampires exist, but for the first 8 or 10 chapters or so, it was just your kind of standard vampire story, right? And then there was a chapter where one of the vampire kids I'm not gonna go into detail because it would get my channel demonetized. Extreme tonal shift, extreme, very, very questionable violence, right? Like the first 8 chapters are this kind of CW, kind of sexy violence. And then this one chapter goes all in on it. And in my critique, I'm like, this was a big shift. Like I went back and reread a couple of previous chapters. I was not expecting any kind of shift like this. And also, it's not, I didn't find it credible that the characters would behave in that way. And this person, like, wrote me a block of text explaining, I don't want to say angrily because, like, I don't know if they were angry or not, but, like, this big defensive block of text, like, about how it was a critique on police culture in the U.S. I'm like, okay, not touching that. Like, I gave you my words and you didn't want to listen, so police culture in the U.S., got it. This would have been a few years after, like, the Black Lives Matter presentations and things. So, but it would have been like many years before, like, the anything to do with ICE, though. Like, I don't know what they were commenting on exactly. Didn't work for me, but he couldn't take any of the criticism. They were not receptive to it. They were not receptive to hearing, like, you're writing like a kind of edgelord vampire drama, and I was enjoying that part, but then you went like full political commentary on it, and I don't know that it works. And then the other kind of people I didn't like running into on the site are the people who don't want to offer critique. These are the people who were like, they were just there to read stories. They just wanted, like, a way to read a bunch of stories for free, I guess. Now we're up here. Yes. I don't have to get the treasures out of this dungeon, so we might actually get out of here today. Would be nice. So I had one one kind of lousy interaction with a person on the site that went like, okay, I put up my chapter and people are allowed to critique it. This was a person who I had critiqued some of their work previously, and when that happens, you get like a little check mark on your page saying, hey, this person left a critique of your work, so like you owe them one. Like, you need to go hit them back. So they read my story, and right up front they mentioned, like, normally I wouldn't read a story like this. Like, normally I wouldn't, like, this is not, I would not be interested in this. But, you know, I owe you one, so. And then they left a few notes on the first few paragraphs that weren't very helpful. They were just, I don't like this, I don't like this, I don't like this. And then they just left a note saying, this isn't working and I can't read anymore. And that was it. That was the whole critique. And I'm like, you know what? Fair enough. Somebody doesn't want to read the story. That's fine. But there's a button you click to, like, rate each critique. Like, how useful was it? And I rated them 1 star because it wasn't useful at all. And they sent me a DM. They're like, I know that you, I guess, like, star ratings, people took them very seriously. Some people were very, very into their star ratings. Like, they sent me a message like, I can't believe you tanked my star rating for that. Like, I apologized for, like, yeah, but you didn't leave me a critique. You didn't do the assignment. You didn't read the thing and then write the thing. You just said you didn't like it in 8 different ways. That's not helpful. That's not actionable. I can't do anything with that. I'm going straight down here, and then we're in Beavertown. I had one creepazoid. I had one creepazoid on the critique website. Because my story has a nudist character. A character, she's naked in every scene. It's just a character trait that she has. And so the story has like sex stuff in it, and it has like nudity stuff in it. And I kind of play it very kind of whimsical. I already lost track of where I'm going. No, I didn't. I'm going down here. I'm going through this hallway. But like, there was this one guy on the Critique Circle website, and I feel like he was very young. I feel like he was like a teenage kid maybe, because he was writing this kind of Harry Potter kind of story. And he was really into the naked character. Like, that was his favorite part. And I think he went through a couple of chapters and left a lot of notes about it's like how much they liked the naked girl in the book. Which, good. Fine. You're allowed to like that. But it was very, very funny to me that every single critique involved. In fact, there was one chapter that I put up where there wasn't a lot of like sex stuff in it. It wasn't the point of the chapter. And one of the notes was like, this would have been better if they had sex. And I'm like, maybe they did. I don't know. Maybe it happened off page. I got 2 or 3 kind of like romantasy coded authors. Like they were writing romantasy stuff. I'm going the wrong way. I turned the wrong direction here. That when I put up the sex scene that my book does have, they were like, this was not spicy enough. Like, you need to be way spicier than that if you're going to make it in this industry. So I got a wide variety of comments, and a lot of them were very, very useful. A lot of them were very actionable. And I also saw a lot of bad behavior. It takes all kinds. It is still the internet. Authors, like everybody else, can behave badly and have their off days. But I thought the experience was excellent, and I was elated last week when I found out that one of my critique partners from that site got published. Like, that's amazing. I was so happy to see that. I didn't even buy the audiobooks. I bought the hardcover copies of the books. All right, we heal up. We save. We gotta walk back to Lindblom, for sure. But yeah, I definitely learned that it is hard to critique something if you're not enjoying it. Like, it's not an easy thing to do. There was a lot of people that, like, this is just a 14-year-old writing their first thing, and they just lied on the website to say they were 18 so they could be on the website. This guy's got like Magic Hammer, I think. Well, it's dead now. It didn't survive very long. But yeah, the ones I always liked the least were the people that just couldn't take criticism. Because the way that the site is structured, you've got their story, and like you can add your notes wherever you want, right? Like inline notes. So it kind of creates this conversational structure where they can quote everything you've said and respond to it piece by piece. So like 8 times out of 10, you would get... Yeah, maybe less than, like 6 or 7 times out of 10, you would just get somebody saying, thank you so much for the critique. thanks for the help, right? Just your standard boilerplate kind of just civil, this is what we're here to do anyway kind of response. And then a couple times you would get into good conversations with people, especially if it was a story that you were really connecting with. And I had a couple of authors who, like, I connected with their stuff and they connected with my stuff. That was really awesome. That was really pleasant. That was really nice to have. But then you just had people who would quote everything you said in your critique and, like, debunk it. Like, you're wrong about this and here's why. And it's like, you're not on this website to learn anything. Oh, 10K words? That's like I can bang that out in a weekend. I've had very bad experiences in critique groups in the past too, but the Critique Circle website that I'm talking about was mostly positive for me. But I also think a lot of that is just my mindset going in. I used to use critique circles and stuff back in the day, and like I said, I used to be terrible at criticism. Like, you couldn't criticize anything that I had made. I would get so upset. I would get so mad about it. Did I save? Oh, I guess it's too late now. And I wonder how much of that was just, I didn't have the sauce, right? Didn't have the sauce to do it. I'm just going to throw Thundagas at you until you die, probably. Is what I'm going to do. Yup. I just crossed 7,500 words in the little story thing that I was talking about earlier. That my plan is, because the story that I'm writing now, it's set in the Faunal Tales world, so it's a Faunal Tales story. It's a canonical story, more or less, I guess. But I'm writing it in segments. And it can be a live document, and I can continue adding segments to it as often as I want, as long as I want. So I decided, like, I'm going to... What am I doing? Down here. I'm going to write one segment a day for 30 days, which is the current project. That's what I'm doing right now. I mean, not right now. I'm playing Final Fantasy Mystic Quest and Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, Legend 2, and Dawn of Souls, and Free Enterprise as well. And then once I've got a segment a day done for 30 days, I'm going to launch it on the live site, and we'll see who reads it. Yeah, like, you do get a lot of that in Arisham, but I also got so much useful, actionable stuff. It was very, very, very useful for me. I guess we just spam Era with both of these nerds. Because, yeah, you do get a lot of kind of sycophantic, this is the best thing I've ever read. That definitely exists. And you get a lot of very surface level critiques. Like, I learned to kind of, if a person was going to critique and all they talked about was show don't tell, point of view closeness, and filter words. Those are the only three things they ever mentioned in all of their critique. Great, you've watched all the YouTube videos about authors. But even if somebody just says this character is stupid, you still have to listen to that. Even if it's not actionable, you still have to listen to that. You have to listen to, okay, maybe they can't articulate why the character is stupid. Maybe they don't know why the character is stupid. Maybe the character just feels stupid and there's not enough to go on in the story for whatever reason. Like, even a bad critique can still point you at things like that person still had a response to this point in the story. So, there is some value in getting critiques like that, too. I don't think I've ever read anything, Narishan, that you've written. What the hell is a filter word? A filter word is a word that filters a character's experience. So, for example, Zidane saw, Zidane thought. You don't have to say Zidane thought. You can just put Zidane's thought on the page. You don't have to say Zidane saw the thing. You can just say what Zidane saw. Filter words are a very, very easy thing to if you're writing a critique, filter words are a very, very, very easy thing to call out. They're very surface level, because one of the first things that you kind of do when you're learning to write long form fiction is to not rely on filter words. But what ends up happening is sometimes you do want to use a filter word. Sometimes you do want to write in a passive voice. Sometimes you do want some distance between the reader and the point of view character. And that's the kind of thing that they'll ding you for on a website like that. For example, I actually don't care about having closeness to the point of view character in a book. I don't actually want, personally, when I'm reading a book, to experience what the character is experiencing. In fact, I don't think that I can, honestly. I don't think that I can experience it that way. Whenever I read a book, I always remain me, and I know that I'm reading a book, and I know that the character on the page is just on the page. And I think the revivification is down here. And so having distance between point of view, not being in a really, really deep point of view, I think there is... What was I doing in this game? Oh, yeah, that's what I was doing. Healing these monks. I'll use a 10. So, when I write in my novels, I use a third person and I use a close point of view. It's a deep point of view, but it's not a very... you're not supposed to feel everything they're feeling. I like a little bit of distance because I like a storybook kind of quality to my prose. Aqua Rake. Yes, and now we just gotta kill you. Which I don't know if it'll happen. Ha ha ha. That wasn't gonna work. I didn't keep the... No, we have to finish the fight. Okay, I'm gonna reset that. See, that was a thing that I got dinged on a lot, especially by other authors who were big into romantasy. Because in romantasy, you want very close, very deep, very visceral point of view. You don't want any distance at all between the reader and the character. Personally, I like that little bit of space because I think it gives me like a storybook quality. I grew up reading like Brothers Grimm fairy tales, and I like stories that have like stories within stories and stories about stories, and my story is about storytelling. So having a little bit of space between reader and character, I find is very, very valuable in my own writing. But I didn't know that about my writing until I got into this critique circle situation, and I had a bunch of people telling me about how it wasn't working for them. It's like, if it's not working for them, but it does work for me, well, why does it work for me? And then in answering that question, I learned more about my own voice. I have not yet had anybody tell me that my work is AI generated. I am kind of bracing for that because I don't mind using AI for certain stuff. I would never use it to write my prose, but I have used it for stuff, and I continue to use it in certain circumstances. And when people learn that about me, yeah, they're just going to assume that all of my prose is also AI generated. So I'm kind of bracing myself for that. Yes. Also, the main character in my novels is a very passive... He starts as a very passive kind of character. He does spend a lot of time just kind of watching things happen around him. So... I have found that I am much, much more tetchy about where I use my M dashes now. Because I love me an M dash. M dashes for days. Me and the M dash are buds. But, like, I gotta be cognizant. Like, wait a minute here. Everybody thinks M dash equals ChatGPT. And I don't know that I don't want to have to credit ChatGPT on my book. But yeah, AI generated writing just has a quality to it that I would not be interested in putting in my own artwork, in my own prose. I have no desire to write using ChatGPT or anything. And it... I don't know how deep into detail I want to get into, like, an AI rant, because I have an episode of FF Shuffler, episode 13 or 14 or something, where I spend, like, the whole 2-hour video talking about AI. I don't know that I need to get into it again here, but... Yeah, it's just, it's so frustrating and so disappointing that we have these wonderful tools, and everybody's just using them to fill the world with crap. That's what we need in this world. More crap. Who's with me? Everybody aboard the crap train. I'll be your conductor. But yeah, I've got a whole... I spent almost the whole 2 hours, I think, talking about it, but like, I use some of those tools as part of my workflow in certain cases. They have value. I think they have value because nothing I'm making is important. Everything I'm making is either fiction or, like, video game crap. Like, nothing I do has any weight on, like, your health or your intelligence or anything like that. So, like, if I get something wrong in my novel, like, who cares?
Actually, Brickroad, that bird would not exist at that longitude at that time of the year.
I've gotten those critiques too, by the way. I had, I thought I made up a kind of berry in my novel. Because I want to mix it up. I want, like, okay, use half, like, words that the reader will be familiar with, and then, like, half just, like, fantasy words you've made up. So I had them gather like raspberries and crowberries. And I'm like, crowberries, that sounds great. It's like, what is a crowberry? And then somebody read it like, actually, crowberries are a thing. Yeah, we're shuffling between games every 45 to 125 seconds. I've got 13 Final Fantasy games in this shuffler. And that's what's up, yeah. So the writing project that I'm putting together for my website, the one I'm talking about that I'm going to launch in like a month, I've used AI to code the back end because web development is not anything I can do. Like, I just can't. It was a thing where like I needed a back end on the website, and then I needed like an author tool on the laptop in order to see what I'm doing. And it was one of these cases where like, okay, I could either spend 40 hours banging my head against it and having something that barely worked, or I could spend 2 hours and have it done. But it's like one single JSON file and one single HTML file that nobody else is ever going to see because it's the author tool that only exists on my laptop. But I'm also aware, and I said this in the video that I recorded, I don't know, episode 12 or 13, I don't know, it's been a while. But like, I understand that like some people, that's just a hard line, right? If you, on any level, for any reason, use an LLM for anything, that's a red line for people. Like, nope, I have to swear off. I can't look at anything you've created. So that's just part of the world we live in now. Like, you have to be ready for that. And I do a lot of D&D, and I don't draw all my maps for D&D. I use Google image search. I find people who make D&D maps, and I use them. And I always credit them. If you've watched my D&D streams, you know every time I show a map, when I load into a map, I leave the watermark on the map, and I'm like, so-and-so made this map. I got it from their Patreon. Like, wherever I got it, if there's a credit on it, I give credit. It's the least I can do. I'm using their map. But there's so many AI-generated maps out there, and they're D&D maps, so they look fine. There's not like a tell. There's not like the maps. If the map looked like garbage, I wouldn't use it. They look like, I can't tell the difference between using, say, ChatGPT to generate a D&D map, or using one of the like 12 or 15 virtually identical forms of map creation software that kind of all make samey looking maps. I don't know. Okay, what I'm going to do, because you both have to have learning, I'm going to... Only one of you needs learning. What am I... Oh, because you need to survive. Right. Okay, then you... Okay, you don't need to... This is what I need to do. Oh, you don't have blue. Nobody has blue. Shoot. How am I going to kill this thing quickly? Because neither of my blue mages were high enough to actually have the blue... Well, I gotta... Let's do this. 325. You survived. $300. Do I have a Phoenix down? I do. Did you survive? You did. Good. Okay. Now, I just need to see if I can get Deathclaw to land. I cannot. Oof. how am I going to kill this thing then if Deathclaw won't land? I guess, like, we just have to wait for Deathclaw to land. Like, that's what's up. Oh, he escaped before I could eat him. Aw, man, don't tell me Dolly Parton died. I was having a good day. I've been to her theme parks in Tennessee. Yes, I need stuff. Ah, that's too bad. I guess we just buy 99 of these. Give me like 10 of these. Oh, yeah, I should have bought all this stuff before I left. Yeah. Did I really need to spend all that money? Oh, well. Speaking of buying potions... See, I've got this back end for this writing project, and I don't know how the JavaScript works. I don't know how the code works. I would not be able to debug it myself, but it's so, like, dead simple that it shouldn't ever need debugging, and it should just sit on my WordPress installation and never need my attention. Hopefully, fingers crossed. We were joking the other day because the YouTube is changing the way it does its like AI suggestion features. Like if you go to your YouTube control panel, it has a thing where like it tries to use AI to tell you what kind of content you should make based on what kind of content you're already making. And on I don't know what other criteria it uses, and it's always so stupid and so funny. Like it never makes sense. And then it generates these thumbnails that are terrible. So for me, because I've been doing a bunch of Final Fantasy content, I looked at it yesterday and it was like, you should do a video on like the strategic analysis of using only bards with black magic in a shuffler randomizer. And I'm like, that made no sense. And then the terrible AI generated thumbnail was saying do this for Final Fantasy IV, but then the thumbnail was just like generic fantasy guy fighting a dragon. Which I guess that is something that happens in Final Fantasy IV. WordPress does the same thing. WordPress has so many little AI buttons just everywhere. Like, generate your header image, generate your blurb, your description blurb. We don't have a spell checker anymore. Just I'm pretty sure it will let me generate the content too if I wanted to. Pretty sure there's a button for that. We go out here. Yes, yes. I think if I eat the eyeball, I think there's an eyeball boss fight. I think if I eat it, I transform into a new kind of fairy. I should check that against before just assuming that. I should check that using the calculator. There's a Final Fantasy Legend 2 monster calculator. I am currently a gazer. And if I eat a watcher, yeah, okay, I might want to do that. And get a new kind of fairy. You're very welcome, Utka. Thanks for dropping by. I never used Grammarly. The text editor I use is called Atlantis Word Processor. I only bought it because WordPad stopped working. Like, Microsoft stopped updating WordPad. I used WordPad for years. And this Atlantis, I picked it specifically because it doesn't have any, like, bells, whistles, or features. It's just like a $30 word processor. Like, we're never going to update this. You push a button and the letter appears on screen. That's all I need it for. I'm not paying attention to what we have to do to this train, so I'm hoping I can remember this mission when I get in there. But like, everybody's going to get accused of AI stuff. Like, that's just something we have to deal with from now on. Like, everybody's going to just assume your stuff is AI because it's going to be here's what's going to happen. It's going to be the new, like, remember earlier I was talking about people who have a hard time taking criticism, like me in my 20s. So those kind of people, I used to be this person. I'm speaking from experience. I used to write fan fiction back in high school, like the late 90s. And I would write fan fiction and publish it to my website and try to get it published on like fan fiction websites. And nobody wanted to publish it because it sucked, because I was 14, 15 years old. And like, I just banged something out in Notepad in 3 hours and put it on the internet. Like, obviously nobody actually wants to publish that on their website. But like, I couldn't handle that. But obviously, the people who were getting recognition in their stories, like, they were doing something wrong. They were doing something less good. A trident. Do I want that? I'm going to wait for Aqua Rake to come out. It's not going to, is it? Cool. We'll see if I can get Deathclaw to come out. But like, I would invent reasons to like bring down other people who had more popular stories than I had. Like, oh, so-and-so got their thing published on rpgamer.com. And I would think of ways to disparage them. Like, of course they did. Like, they made a Final Fantasy VII story. If you write a Final Fantasy VII story, everybody will read it and jerk off to it. And like, AI is the new that. Like, anytime somebody does something good, if you have incentive to, what was I doing here? I think I was healing some. Yes. If you already have incentive to disparage somebody's work, it's going to be super, super easy from now on to just say, oh, their stuff's just AI. Because they can't prove it's not. They can't be like there's not, it's one of those things, like, the accusation is going to stick or not stick based on how you personally feel about AI and how you personally feel about that person's work. There's going to be creators who like, oh yeah, I know all their stuff is AI. I know that because I don't like them. And there's going to be people that are the opposite of that. I don't know that this fight's going to happen, fam. I think this fight might be out of reach for now. Even live streaming it, like, even live streaming, I've seen accusations of stuff. I wouldn't want to live stream my writing process anyway. I don't know what that would be like. I don't think I would enjoy it. And I don't know that anyone else would enjoy it. Alright, so from here, I can't get... Like, Ogo Pogo's probably just not going to happen yet. And I'm just going to have to live with that. How long have I been streaming, by the way? Oh, 3.5 hours, you know, as you do. Let's go and get this box over here. Ooh, what happened here? Oh, other side. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, my writing process... I don't even know where to begin. Like, if I wanted to live stream something like that, what would I even do? I don't know. It's a lot of stop and start for one thing. I don't think it would be a very interesting stream anyway. And then, like, how many times do you guys want to watch me, like, click over to the thesaurus tab? Yeah, I don't know. Here, let's sell off the stuff I'm not going to use. Extra cure. Another extra cure. And also, even for writing, though, like, I do have uses for LLMs. Not to generate prose, but it's... There are situations where you don't want to do research, but you want to fake doing research. Oh, I gotta actually do this. Two, 3, 1, 1. Oh, I got L1. I can quit. I had a situation the other day where, like, how long would it take to carve this much stone out of a mountainside if somebody had years and years to do it and was like an expert miner? I wouldn't even know where to start to research something like that. But you can just ask any LLM and get an answer in 2 minutes. And maybe the answer is dumb and doesn't make sense if you try to think about it too long. But I'm writing fantasy. So, like, if it's wrong, if it's not, like, correct scientifically, it's not the kind of thing that you can... I don't know. It's not the kind of thing that would bother me in a fantasy story, right? Like, George R.R. Martin famously made castles, like, too big in Westeros because he didn't do the math properly. So he's got castles in Westeros that are 10 times the size of castles that are anywhere in Europe. But then people are, like, using these things to, like, write their legal briefs and medical opinions, and it's like, what are you doing? This is the last floor. We're almost out of this dungeon. Oh my god, you can see the goddess bell is on the wall. I just didn't take it off the... Ugh. I need to write an AI policy for my website, probably. There's a lot of use cases I have for generating images, but I would never want to publish an image that I generated like that. I have uses for them, but like I would not want to use one on my website. I wouldn't want to use one in a YouTube video. Like, I don't have pictures of characters in my head when I like write or invent characters. I can't see what they look like. I can't imagine what they look like. So having a button that I can push and get an image of them is extremely helpful. But I'm so cognizant of like, that's not my image. That's not... Like, it's useful to know what they look like in my head, but I can't use that in any publication sense. I can't put it on my website. I can't... I'd be very, very stressed about even using it in a D&D game, honestly. I see the appeal, but like I wouldn't want to. It's not aphantasia exactly, because aphantasia is like you don't have pictures at all. I have pictures. It's just I can't make new pictures, if that makes sense. Like the common explanation for aphantasia is like to ask somebody to imagine an apple, and if you can imagine an apple and see in your mind's eye like a picture of an apple, somebody with aphantasia can't do that. I have an apple picture. It is specifically this apple. If I just think of an apple, I think of specifically this apple. This is a Rubik's Cube apple, a 3x3 cube in the shape of an apple, and I think of this as like an apple because it's sitting on my desk all the time in my eye line. So I find especially in D&D it's very useful if I'm going to be using a character a lot, an NPC character, to know, like, I can write a description of what they look like. I can write the prose in the paragraph, but I can't translate that paragraph into an image that I can then imagine. So I have on my laptop, I went to the inn already, cool. On my laptop, I have AI generated images of the characters from my novel, because I find it so much easier for me to connect with them and write about what's happening if I can picture them in my head. And before I had that tool, I was not able to picture them in my head. What would happen instead is my brain would glom onto some other character who was pretty close for some reason. And this became especially apparent in my novel when I had a character do something on the page and is described in a certain way, and she's like a secondary important character. She's not one of the main characters. She's like a background character who's important for another character's story arc. And in my mind, this character looked like Belle from Beauty and the Beast. That's who I pictured every time I wrote a scene with this character or imagined this character in my head. That's who popped up. And then one of my beta readers pointed that out to me. Like, I can tell this character is just Belle. It's that, because what happens is, because that's the picture now in my head, I get like backwash. Now I'm writing the character, and she's my character. I invented her, but my picture of this character is somebody else, and it's somebody specific, and then that character's traits and things start bleeding into what I'm writing. I put a stop to that by just generating an image of her, and now I have a different image in my head. I left the scene where this character is stocking library books on a rolling ladder. I'm like, you know what? They caught me. I'm not going to change that scene. I'm going to leave that in there forever. But I will never use those images to, like, market the book. I think I've shared them on Discord, and that's the extent that I've done with them. If I do get published, like, they're never going to see the light of day. Somebody's going to do character artwork of them. So I just find myself torn a lot, because I know in my heart of hearts that, like, these tools have such amazing value and there's so many use cases, but the primary use case just seems to be filling the world with crap, and there was already so much crap in the world. We have been drowning in crap for 20 years. So, the internet's very, very interesting these days. Who are you? An antlion, eh? Okay. Some of my characters literally have character sheets, like D&D character sheets. Like, I know what goes on their stat sheets, if that makes sense. But I actually don't have a lot of, like, notes, though, for characters. Like, I don't have, like, a character, like, I don't have a spreadsheet or anything like that. Mostly they just exist in my head. Oh, Oddward does not have any arrows. My man needs some arrows. We gotta find that spoon pretty quick. Mute arrows, yeah, you want those. Yeah, because there's a lot of writing tools and things out there for, like, world building stuff, like, that keeps track of all your world building and things for you. I've seen a lot of tools like that for D&D campaigns, too. I've never needed anything like that. I do have some, like, generic note stuff. I have a folder, a directory that is just the phases of the moon for my story projected out, like, 20 years. Just so when I'm writing a scene, I know for sure what the phase of the moon is going to be. I have a 40-chapter outline, and I have been fastidious about not deviating from it. I have found it so useful to just stick to the outline and don't step away from it. And it's been very, very helpful having that discipline. I don't really know that I want any of this. I guess I'll buy dragon armor. Sure. I thought Apollo was in here. He is. One of these bosses is a watcher, and I don't know which one. Do I want the fast one? I think I want, like, the slow one to fight more battles. Anyway, I came up with an idea on how to Because it was bumming me out that I was putting so much work into writing this story that I can't share with anybody because it's not published. And I came up with a way to put some fiction on the internet that people can read for free with their eyeballs, set in the world that I want to share. So it's going to be set in the Faunal Tales world, and people can do what they want with it. I don't know if it's even going to be good, but I enjoyed putting it together, and I'm going to put it on the website and see what happens with it. I've had a few ideas for, like, if I was going to deviate from my outline, like, how would I go about doing it, but I guess both of you guys will die to axe. I found out that some people don't like flashback chapters at all. I got a very pointed critique about a flashback chapter. I didn't drop the chapter or anything. I don't mind at all. But I found out some people don't read prologues. Apparently that's a very common trait. Some readers just don't read prologues ever. That's fine for me, because my book doesn't have a prologue, so... But yeah, I do feel like I need to write an AI policy and put on my website, just like, hey, nothing on this website will ever be generated by AI unless I did it specifically to make fun of it. Because one of the things that WordPress does is it has like a little header image for your article, and WordPress really wants you to use their AI generated header images. So for every time I write an article for my website, update the blog, I'm like, all right, what you got, WordPress? What is your AI generated crap that you want me to put on that? Nope, not using that. And I have a directory full of these now. So it's like, it kind of became a tradition. Every time I write a new blog post, I'm like, I want to see what the AI generated image is. And then like someday when I have like 20 of them, I'm just going to like put them all up and be like, this is what WordPress thinks my site should look like. Spoiled for choice. We go get class change now, I think. So I can go all over the place. Yeah, see, that's just... I never considered that people would have a reaction to just like the concept of flashback chapters. I never even assumed that's the kind of thing that people just... Because every time I read a flashback chapter, I'm like, oh, this is the flashback. That's fine. Like, for me, it's just part of the story. And obviously there's nothing wrong with not liking flashback chapters or whatever. Like, obviously... It's just a matter of taste. It's just, I had to learn the hard way that some people are not into that. So when you get to a 7,200 word flashback chapter partway through my book, they didn't care about ice. Let's go with Faraga. I was also very, very surprised when I had people tell me, like, this scene, like, you have a sex scene here, but it's not spicy enough. I need it spicier. Was not expecting that in the slightest. Was not expecting to be told that I needed to be spicier. That is one thing I have learned about my writing style, is that my brain, for whatever reason, always wants to tell things out of order. It's, for some reason, it's very natural for me to start in a place and then jump back a little bit and like explain the road up to that place and then continue the story from there. So I've got lots of notes in my novel where I'm like, put this in the correct order. This doesn't need to be out of order. I don't know why it comes naturally to me to write that way, but it's something that I've decided that I don't want in this story unless it's doing something very specific. But I do have a flashback chapter in my first book because, like, you need to know what happened to this character 5 years ago. You just have to. We're at a point in the story where this, like, everything is being, like, recontextualized. The things that you thought you knew about this character might not necessarily be true. What does that look like? You know what? We're fighting these. We're gonna fight these guys. No, we're not, because I didn't put the gauntlet back on Ash where it belongs. Wait. There we go. So yeah, like, the story is out of order, but like, it has to be. Like, you meet this character, you find out stuff about them, and you make assumptions about them, and then later on in the story there's a point where, like, the main character learns that these assumptions were wrong, and at that point it is appropriate, both, one, to show what actually happened, and two, in my case, it was also appropriate to switch the point of view to that character. So it's not only it's a flashback chapter, it's also the first chapter in the book that switches to a different character's point of view. Some people don't like that either. Some people want to stay in one point of view for the whole story. I learned all kinds of things. I can't fight those icicles in the back at all, really? I gotta waste this whole round doing nothing? I'm also a very, very wordy writer. I like a lot of words. I like fairy tales. I grew up reading fairy tales. I've got my fairy tale book back here. This is my fairy tale book that I love, that I had growing up, and I found a copy of as an adult. And I've been reading through that. There was something in the wall. So I like prose that has a storybook quality to it. And I like stories about stories and stories about storytelling. So we have a Setzer now. I certainly think there are kinds of stories where you shouldn't use flashback as a device. Like, I don't think, like, just to use a popular example, I don't think A Song of Ice and Fire would be improved by having flashback chapters. Like a chapter, like, in a character's life that happened years ago. And I don't think what Martin does instead is he has the character in the present doing something, and you might have a flashback chapter by having that character, like, lost in memory. Like when Ned Stark is in the black cells in King's Landing, the whole chapter, like, in the present, he's in the black cells, and Varys comes to speak with him, but, like, most of the chapter is he's in this delirious haze, and most of the chapter is he's just remembering his past and his children and his promises, and he's going through all his regrets. I gotta switch my Esper's around. Actually, I gotta start looking for a exit strategy for this stream. I've really enjoyed streaming some Final Fantasy Shuffler for you guys, and I hope everybody did have a good time. But we're gonna start looking for a good exit point, I think. And then the new episode, by which I mean like episode 7, so like 14 episodes ago, will go up on Wednesday. Is that tomorrow? Yeah, I think it's tomorrow. I do tend to, when I make recorded material for YouTube, I do try to... I just don't know if Deathclaw's going to work here. I just don't know. Is this thing heavy, maybe? How many hit points does it have? A 1,000. No immunities. God damn it. Hit the one person I didn't want it to hit. Doesn't say it's heavy or anything. Oh, it's got a bunch of status immunities, though. I wanted to get Aqua Breath because that would help me get this blue flame grinding done a lot faster. I guess that means we've accomplished literally nothing in Final Fantasy V all stream. What level are they? They're level 23. What if I did this? Oh, maybe that's what I'm doing. Maybe we're dark shocking. That could be. Because Dark Shock works on basically everything. Where am I at? We're going this way. No, we're going to buy high potions. Because I'm out. I don't need those. All right, we got 99 high potions and ethers and Phoenix Downs now. Wonderful. We got to go to Chocobo Forests, which I think is over here. This guy again. Now I have the bell. And now this door takes me back out here. The door doesn't work the other direction. I don't know why. Did anybody even get any HP in the dungeon? Looks like Guy might have a little bit. I don't know if Furion's even got 1 sword level yet. Maria just got some HP. And there's the guy. Cool. No, there's the guy. He's in the party. Sorry, I got confused. Alright, it's going to take an entire swap to cast Cure. Let's just run for now, because I need to put equipment and stuff on. I forgot. Sprint shoes. You might as well take running shoes as well. Oh, you want that forever because of magic power. Great. My dog just glared at me like something terrible was happening. What's the matter, Lulu? Oh, whatever it is, I didn't do it. So... So 1,800. Like, the slower the dragon you pick... Let's just take the cheapest one. I think it means we gotta fight the most battles, but whatever, I'll fight battles. Me and my slow dragon. I like him though. We are going to run out of Cure 2s. Like, we really have no choice but to just dive into the wall of counterattacks here. Sometimes we get to dodge, but... Edward needs... some goodies. We're going to have to save before the boss fight. And I don't know where that is. I'm actually going to save as we go. So I don't accidentally get to this boss and not have it use meat. I'm glad we got to ride this slow dragon together. I know there are bosses on this track. Yeah, here's one. Oh, maybe I got it backwards. Maybe I needed the fast dragon. Oh, I might have screwed this up. Whoops. I mean, it's not that terribly big a deal. If I screwed it up, I screwed it up. It happens. Whoops. Hey, look, it's these guys again. It's like I said at the beginning of the stream, like a mistake just gets amplified across the shuffler, unfortunately. But yeah, it is 3 o'clock, and I have to run some errands here. So I think on the next swap, should I use the free heal here? I should. Yep, that's a good spot. Thanks for watching, guys. I'm going to go ahead and close that out. So the next 10 episodes of this, I'll be back to my normal 2-hour whatever recording. I assume everybody's just using this to fall asleep to at night. Why not? Thanks so much for watching. Peace out. Sleep well.